Hey everybody, we're back with more Digital Devil Saga 2. Alright, Chance, I appreciate being around. And we look forward to when you can chat with us. It'll be good stuff. Good stuff. Hey Sana. How you doing? Okay, so if I remember rightly, last time we did this, there was a puzzle I wanted to memorize the bits of, and I think it was the alphabet to numbers. Let me check the map. Okay, so it's only there, so we can go back and check it and make sure we know what we're doing. Yeah, alphabets and numbers. So it'll be worth remembering that as a thought. How is the chat looking? Yeah, it looks fine. Alright. No, not today. Oh yeah, that's why we don't punch that one. God damn it. Just fucking kill me. Fucking Mama Dune. If there's one thing I always hate... Oh, no, we have seen this before. That reminds me, death counter, death counter. There we go. There's one thing I always hate in RPGs, it's instant death spells. Chansum, since you're going to be starting Skies of Arcadia soon, I will give you a warning about the South Ocean. There are enemies with guaranteed instant death spells there, and it comes way earlier than it should, and then it doesn't come up again for like another 20 hours. Like, be prepared for that. Fucking hate the South Ocean. Alright. Roll. That's good. It's probably about, like... Oh, what would it be? Maybe 10 hours in? And like I say, guaranteed instant death spells, because Skies of Arcadia has the instant death stuff. The magic of the Silver Moon, the Eterni line. There's Eterni, Eternez, and Eternum. Yes. And there are just enemies there that have Eternum for some reason, which is the guaranteed spell. Yeah. If I remember rightly as well, that's definitely before you've got a good way of reviving characters. You might be able to buy revival items by that point, but you won't have the spell yet. Okay. Okay. Right. Well, there goes one turn. Okay, let's figure this out. There we go. Security card 05. Begs the question of what the alphabet to numbers thing was. Change ring. That's good. You know, if I can get one of those for everybody, I will put one of those on everybody. I'll be like, yeah, you know what? The stat boost you can get, fuck it. Stat boosts can come and go, but the ability to transform without using a turn immediately makes human form more useful. Like, way more useful. Son of a bitch. Okay. How you guys doing? Switch that. There we go. Alright. Yeah, that... When I did Skies of Arcadia earlier this year, the South Ocean was the worst part of the game. The rest of it was fantastic. Loved all of it. Yeah, that's a shame, Sina, because we're intending to start near tomorrow, but do I want to put it off until I've done DDS2 and then do Nier? Do I want to alternate RPGs or focus on one then move on to another? I need to decide that. Okay. I mean, either way, you'd be missing out on something. I appreciate the support. Very much do. I also need to decide whether or not we're going to be doing RPGs on Saturday or whether I want to do other stuff, non-RPG stuff on Saturday. Like, I have wanted to do that no cutscene run of MGS2 just to prove I can. Alright. Hope this goes well. God damn it. There we go. We got lucky with that. Cool. So, anybody playing anything interesting at the minute? Like, especially off stream? That was a lot of turns. There we go. Nummy. The original or the remake, Sana? Damn it. Fair enough. Got that better camera control. I really hate how stun massively lowers your accuracy. I really hate how stun fucked me over there. Not that much, but you'd hope in like 20 years they would have significantly improved the camera. You know, I'd be interested in seeing the death counter on the Nocturne playthrough. I feel like I'm not as good with action RPGs as regular RPGs, I say, as I just had a game over that could have easily been avoided. Come on. There we go. My thought really is, like, with the whole Mecha Saga thing, with playing RPGs, like, do I wanna Yeah, that's fair enough, Chanson. We'll be here when you get back. Do I want to do one Mecha Saga at a time, or... Did I notice this body before? Free medkit. I'm doing Final Fantasy VI at the minute myself, I've mentioned. What did I do? I finished Katamari Damacy reroll last week. I'm doing Final Fantasy VI on my emulation handheld. I've not really got anything I'm doing like properly at the minute. I've been looking into some stuff. I'm debating Fallout New Vegas, but that'll be a time sink, and I'm not sure if I want to jump into such a huge time sink. We'll see them. I need to check who's got iron stomach. Everybody except Surf and Cielo, I guess. Yeah, that death counter, I'm interested to see what that'll end up like when we do Nocturne. What were you weak to? It was lightning. Alright. Let me see this. Is Ninja still online? No. That's a shame. Let me give a shout out to Ninja anyway. Ninja started streaming again, and we like Ninja. Ninja's a cool dude. Started streaming again, he's going through Mass Effect. If anyone wants to check him out. A little bit more and we'll have Iron Stomach for everybody, which will be good. On Iron Stomach. Now, what were you fools weak to? This is, like, more than anything, this is a case of I should be playing this more often so I can remember the weaknesses. Damn it. And then Terror and Devour. Damn it. Terror, Terror. You kidding me? They couldn't finish it with that. Seriously, guys, come on. Alright, so Surf just learned Iron Stomach. Let's put that on. We can replace Ingest Mana with that. Agila's good. Almost. Mutual Karma. Iron Stomach and Mutual Karma. Yeah, actually does bring up a good point. Swap out Mutual Karma with Devour if we put those two in the party at any point. Alright, that's good. Throw a save down just to be safe. Also change Surf's mantra. Okay. Go with Esoteric 2. Yeah, I'm currently between major games at the minute. Let's check what's down this corridor actually, and then come back to the save point for Cielo. Oh, that was disappointing. Did I actually get all of it on the map? I don't think I did. Of course, it's a Baphomet. It's something we can actually get a good shot at eating, and that should do us. Okay, so the big guy. There we go. Damn it. Well, that's a good thing with... Oh, god damn it. Argilla, why did you miss? Alright. A little bit more, a little bit more. I want Cielo to have Iron Stomach before we head deeper. I don't want to deal with that. Okay. I hate running into enemies without a good weakness. God damn it. This is never not irritating. We can't even eat these guys. Oh, now we can. Yeah, chance him. We try to master Cielo's current mantra, which will give him Iron Stomach, and we will come up against enemies without, like, oh, human enemies, cool, we can't eat them. Well, you know, that's not what I was hoping for. Fuck it, kill him. That's the thing, like, they transform into a demon, that's just better for me. Humans don't have weaknesses, except for gun. Human is weak to gun. Alright, cool. Using this gun. Alright, well, you guys... yes. Okay, eat one of them. There we go. If that doesn't fill up Cielo, I'm gonna be irritated. There we go. It's interesting that they keep finding data on the bodies. Quite moderate. Yeah, let's replace Devour with Rend Asunder. That does actually sound like a reasonable idea. Not a bad option to have Hunt do more damage. Yeah, it's a weird thing to just come into with DDS2. That, like, oh, we don't actually eat anything from humans? Like, what? I bet it was Argilla's idea. Alright, what do we got? Yeah, except it's not really a writing thing at the minute, it's a mechanical thing. Which makes me wonder whether or not that really matters. Alright, let's actually go and make some progress. So that's gotta mean something for going forward. Alright, number 5. Abyss. That's easier to remember than these numbers. Abyss. So 1, 2... 2, 5... 1, 8, 1, 8. Five, 1, 8, 1. Yes, Cielo, I do. One, 2, 2, 5. Did I get this wrong and it's 19? Yeah, I did. S is the 19th letter of the alphabet, not the 18th. Simple enough puzzle, I just screwed it up. Yep. Ain't no RPG puzzle gonna stop me. Okay. Yeah, whenever they put us up against humans, it's like, oh, what do we do? Just press auto. Auto will be fine. Okay, everybody is okay with that. Right, CLO hasn't started learning the next mantra yet. Okay. Are you playing anything at the minute for yourself, Jansen? And anybody else in chat? Anybody playing anything themselves? Except Signer, who already said he's playing Medieval. Ooh, treasure chest. Great chakra. Yes. Cutscene, so I'm going to assume this is actually a boss. What are statues doing down here?
All alone this time? Where's your buddies?
Hey, Mugen. How you doing, buddy?
They're right here.
Welcome to the stream. Oh, you ate them?
No, you ate them?
Okay.
Humans must never be inferior to their own creations. I know my comrades would agree.
Could you? You don't deserve to call them comrades.
Tell me, what did you inherit by devouring them?
You get to inherit stuff by eating? I thought we just gained Atma.
Strength.
Uh-huh.
I pity you.
Easily circumvented.
We've learned that strength is not everything. Cielo is far greater than you.
Oh god, you know, if you want to shit talk anybody, tell them Cielo's better. Relax, that's good. It is good. Oh, you're doing adult work, Clem? That's not right. That's a big slime. Abaddon. It ain't fire. It ain't ice. Definitely ain't earth. Oh, you're reserving for you're doing reservations for trivia? Lightning? Force. Force. There you go. There's the strat. Look at Clem. Look at Clem getting out there. Okay, let's heal Argilla. Random is worrying. 3 shots of random is a little worrying. That's fair enough, Clem. That is a reasonable thing to do when you have a regular thing. I started Pokemon Colosseum and played it for like 20 minutes. Although, to be fair, when I did that, I was like way beyond the point where I was just... I hadn't accepted it yet, but I was tired of Pokemon. 20 bar dollars. Is that just like $20 worth of drinks? That's not bad. That is... That's a good prize, actually, for trivia. If we die here, there's definitely improvements we can take. Like equipping somebody with Medea, but that's kind of it. This doesn't seem all that dangerous yet. It's good stuff, and it's definitely a good incentive to get more competitors as well. Here we go. Oh, this could be an interesting mechanic. That makes sense. And incentive is always good. Oh boy. Okay, it ain't fire. Nice. There's the trick. It seemed too easy, but after last time we dealt with him and his buddies, I wasn't sure if I was being overconfident or if it was just going to be easy again. That's interesting stuff, Chansum. Not entirely sure how it works, but it's interesting stuff. Yeah, Drake Chakra. Alright, so he shifts properties, so we can't focus entirely on one element. Alright, we'll be here when you get back, Clem. However, we can't upgrade Bufu to Bufala. Since we're not eating this guy, replace Devour and Iron Stomach with something. Ice Boost, Ice Boost. Ice Boost seems good. Okay. Medea and... No, because we're not going to be attacking regularly. Earth Boost, I guess. I thought Cielo had something. Got diorama, but do we need diorama? Place Dia with it just in case. Counter will be an interesting one. Alright, let's give this a go. Interesting. It sounds kind of too good to be true. But hey, if it works, if it works, good stuff. All right, so are we starting on force? Yes. All right, punch it all out. That is awkward that he has 3 turns and a random hit all attack. Do you use all the legit apps that you found? Hey T, how you doing, buddy? A little bit of extra cash ain't a bad thing then. There's some good stuff, Chansum. Good stuff. Okay, do the counter, Cielo. Oh, you know, make him miss. No, that's fine. I'm okay with that. Okay, and then Cielo can heal because Cielo isn't actually going to do as much damage as the other two. $10 a day, not much, but it adds up. Are they just picture ads? Like, not ads that you have to watch anytime that you open your phone, like, oh yeah, no. Oh, I'm gonna go onto my phone and now I have to wait for this ad to play out before I can use it. Played it on PS2 via... You don't have to watch it, it's good. PS2 via component cable hooked up to HDMI upscaler. Mugen. So if this was emulator, if this was emulator or PS3, it would look a lot cleaner. So now the question is, how do we get Surf back? Yes, I do not have the money for an OSSC, unfortunately. I've been after a retro sync, actually, but I can't find anywhere that sells them in Europe. I've heard they're very good. I've spent a lot of time looking into them. And, like, the retro sync would do me good for both the PS2 and the Nintendo 64. My main concern is customs charges. Like, she is US based, right? Surf will come back if we deal enough damage. Alright, thanks, Jansen. Let's see what the next weakness is. Oh, awesome. And Argilla has that Earth boost. Yeah, I've ordered stuff through the US before. I actually backed the Kickstarter for the Retro Fighters Brawler 64 pad. If you've ever seen that, really nice controller if you're playing N64. Welcome back, Clem. Backed the Kickstarter and ended up having to pay customs charges on it, which was kind of a pain. God damn it. Oh, you know, that'd be great. Thank you, Mugen. I'd appreciate that. The standard, I think. They still do the standard one. And I get... I'll have to use Revival Gem. Yeah, standard would be great. God damn it. I don't have Void Wind. And there goes Argilla. Damn it. I don't have Void Wind, and anything I throw on is going to be an issue, probably. Unless I remove Argilla. If he's only able to use the properties of the comrades that he ate, rather than switching between all the elements, removing Argilla would probably be a good thing. I forget what the other comrade used. But if we replace Argilla with Gale, keep Surf. But yeah, wherever possible, Mugen, generally play off original hardware. Mostly because it's more comfortable and I hate dealing with emulation problems. Emulation can look fantastic, but I hate like any little problems you get through emulation. Because I'm really kind of a stickler for that kind of stuff. You know what? It's fine for the minute, Mugen. Unfortunately, I don't have the money at the minute. And while I do want to pick up a retro sync, you know, other stuff is kind of a priority at the moment. Though I appreciate you throwing the effort out there. It's very much appreciated. Thank you. Yeah, real hardware also feels nicer, generally. I always like that. Okay, let's set this again. In fact, let me go with the save point, set this and do it. Alright, thank you, Mugen. I really appreciate that. It's super cool of you. Medea and Bufalo. I want Bufalo. Hopefully he'll be weak to ice at some point. Get that ice boost. Medea. Force boost. Nice, cool, Chansum. I'll figure this out. Void Force. Void Force. It says there is a Euro-based store. You know what? That may clear up all my concerns. Unless Brexit fucks everything up. No, I'm gonna work this out, Chansum. Video game perfection. Let me make a bookmark for that. Perfection. Hey, have I seen this before? No, this isn't a familiar store. Runs in euros. Let me bookmark that and I'll take a look at that later. Yeah, I've seen the OSSC. I've seen a lot of stuff about when looking into you know what? Yeah, no, Void Force would be good. Void Force and Force Boost. I've seen a lot of about the OSSC when looking into just like good video options for old systems. And anything like that would also be great if they ever deal with an original Xbox again. Although I think the Retro Sync would also work for that. Pro version's almost out. Well, I really don't have the money to go and jump on it right now, unfortunately. If only this had been like 4 months ago. It will always be around. Yeah, probably get resupplied. That's a good point. I need to be worried about it then. I appreciate all the help with that, Mugen, and looking into it. Thank you so much. You were forced to begin with. But yeah, Chansum, I appreciate the offer. I want to try and work this out on my own, just because it'll feel more satisfying that way. Though make no mistake, I do very much appreciate the offer to back me up with information that I should know, but I don't. Okay, so he's immune to physical, so counter will be worthless. Alright, let's work this out again. God damn it, Gale. I hope Cielo doesn't die here. Nice. We can work this out. We can work this out. To be fair, it wasn't that long ago. If we'd continued last time a little bit longer, although I think we actually did run fairly long last time anyway. If I wasn't streaming this and I was just playing this myself, reasonably, we could have had all 3 of the Travana fights in one sitting, maybe. It would have been a long sitting, but it could have happened. Yeah, it was a long session. We went longer to raid Teak, I think. I don't like throwing my buddies some support. Buddies, some support. Yeah, I really haven't done much in the way of grinding. And I probably should. I probably should do more. At the minute, the concern is the money. Want to have more money for the mantras. Okay, and you do Medea. And then you do a Zan. Alright, here we go. You dick. Okay, Terra. Is it going to be Terra again? Yes, it is. Awesome. Terra. Void Force, I guess. You prick. Okay, so it makes no difference. And Surf being digested costing me a turn isn't fun. So our entire plan here relied around him using Xandine again, and that's just not happened. I should have just done Medea twice. Okay, let's see if we can pull this back. Use a med kit, it'd be more reliable. Well, somebody wants to be a dick. Not immune to physical anymore, I like that. What are you weak to now? Not lightning. Not ice. Fire, maybe? Now let's work this. I have anything that removes mute? There it is, this beam. Why did I go over that like 3 times? Fire? Fire. One thing's for sure, win or lose, after this we need to do some grinding. Because this is a war. And honestly, fuck that. Fuck that attack. We cannot... Like this, we can't do enough damage to out-damage his heals. If he decides to do 3 turns worth of diorama, we can't stop that. Okay, you're back to attacking. Does that mean Earth? No, it does not. Force, then? Well, you never know, because Gale can't hit the broadside of a fucking barn. Thanks, Gale. You know what? I don't think I'm going to put Gale in my party again. I'm tired of him missing. Yeah, I'm just drinking some water. Alright. Yeah, I think grinding is gonna be necessary here. At least up to the tier 2 spells. First things first, Gale, get the fuck out of my party. Okay, Dia. Mutual Karma. No, Iron Stomach, yeah. Okay. We can work this out, probably. Tier 2 spells, we'll only have to aim for 3. It was Fire, Earth, Force. Those are the 3 weaknesses. Let me put this down. The fun thing here is it's technically Earth, Wind, and Fire. I've been intending to grind for a while. The real issue has just been a case of money. I don't want to be wasting I don't want to be wasting armor. I remember. I remember. So DDS2 has been hitting harder earlier, but we've been dealing with it. And I felt like we needed to grind for a while anyway. But the problem has really just been cash. With the new mantra system, we've had the option to purchase higher level mantras earlier, but we've not had access to the funds yet. But I guess, like, there's not really a proper choice now, just keep going. And focus. Fire, earth, force. Fire, earth, and force. How's everybody doing? Everybody doing okay? Yeah, getting a heal spot is a good thing. You know what? Has there been anything weak to ice down here? Or fire? Auto cleaning. Let's see how that does us. There's an elevator over here. Cleaning's good. You can always appreciate, like, hate cleaning, but you can always appreciate the clean feeling when you're done. That's really nice. Yeah, they're not weak twice. Don't. God damn it, Argilla. I'm not made of fucking revival beads. God damn it! Oh, fucking God. I fucking hate Mudoon. Bullshit spell. I hope that turns out to be nothing, Chansum. It is a bullshit spell, it can fuck off every time it turns up. I hate dealing with instant death spells. This game's got enough bullshit to deal with without instant death. Okay. Hey, how you doing, Whitey, about me? It's been that long since I've done Tales of Grace's F. I have no idea what you're talking about. I do want to do a Tales game though. Instant balls. I feel like if I went back to Tales of Graces, I would not like any of the characters. I've forgotten what these guys were weak to already. It was Earth, awesome. Yeah, I do want to do a Tales game. Probably going to end up being Symphonia or Vesperia. Wow, I didn't realise we were so far down. Symphonia, maybe? Or do I go more modern? Just for the convenience of it, maybe do Zestiria? Oh, that's all this area was, okay. If I do Zestiria, then I get to go into Berseria whenever I want. Yeah. I feel like it's mostly because Sophie didn't have much going on for a lot of it. At least one of them's down. Yeah, I feel like Sophie didn't rape the child. Dealing with children in games is a hard sell to begin with. Well, the child arc exists entirely for storytelling purposes. So once you've already got the story, why would you need to go through it again? If anything, more games should have something like that. Like, it'd be nice if Final Fantasy VII had, like, a skip Midgar option. Or if Nocturne had skip the hospital and just go straight out into the Vortex world. Like I say, the entire thing's just story setup. Like, your players... Aspel's probably, like, the best example. Aspel's combat between child and adult is completely different. You don't actually start learning combat properly until you get Aspel as an adult, when he has two different styles, A and B, which he doesn't have as a kid. I'm gonna kill you both. I'm gonna eat you. Yeah, I think that's like mostly what it is, because gameplay-wise, the child stuff doesn't matter. If anything, the child stuff, gameplay-wise, has no purpose. It's all just story and setup. Here's why Richard is your friend. Here's why you care about Sophie. And kind of it. Here's how you know Sherry and Hubert. Yeah. Because Hubert's a dick. I mean, don't get me wrong, Aspel is also a twat, but Hubert's a dick. Yeah, I don't think I want to go through Graces again. Maybe Zillia, but like not Zillia 2. That said, I have the New Game Plus file just in case I go through Zillia 2 again.
Okay, you asked for it.
The whole father thing in Graces was weird. I have no idea what she's weak to. Yeah, I don't think I'll go through Graces again. Oh, come on, Cielo. Just punch her. There we go. At least Cielo got over it quickly. You know, you're talking about not remembering much from Zillia. I don't remember much from Zillia, but I don't remember that. I remember stuff like Muse and the Maxwell twist. And a bunch of other shit. And Gaius. I don't remember Jude's father. Alright, so Gale has Fire Demon learned, but that doesn't matter because we're not using Gale. I'm gonna put him in a bin and I'm gonna leave him there. Zillia 2 is easier to remember because Zillia 2 had so little actually happen. Most of the stuff that happened in alternate timelines that didn't matter. Yeah. I vaguely remember Jude's hometown, but like the only thing I think of with that is the friend who's with you, Leia. Was Leia her name? I remember that, and she was in the party for most of the game. Yeah, Leia. I'll have to go back with Tails at some point. Zillia, maybe. But I'd rather go for some of the ones that I've not done yet. Damn it. Like I say with Zillia 2, the only way I'm redoing Zillia 2 is by using the New Game Plus save that I have. Like, Zillia 2 is so full of grinding. Yeah, I've got a lot of moods. Got a lot of moods. Yeah, Zillia 2 is so full of time wasting and grinding. It gets worse after the first dungeon. The first dungeon is not even that bad. The first dungeon would be the train. And after the train, they introduced the debt system, which can fuck off. It's awful. I hate it. It ruins the game. Zillia 2's main story is probably better than Zillia's. But so much of the game is just this alternate universe, otherworld bullshit. And nothing happens for so long. I don't even remember how early that happens. I remember how poorly crowbarred in, like, all of the characters from the first one were. It's like, oh yeah, no, they've all met you. And they've all decided, yeah, sure, we'll join your party for no real reason. It felt kind of like fanfiction in bringing those characters back. Like self-insert fanfiction. Which wasn't helped by the fact that Luger could do all damage types. Not overpowered per se, but more capable than everybody else. Like I say, Zillia 2's story isn't awful, and seeing how the world went on after the end of Zillia is kind of an interesting thing. But the plot threads that are left hanging from Zillia are never properly resolved. Like, oh, how will the world get on after what happened at the end of Zillia? Well, people are working to get on, but, you know, there's no perfect solution yet. Cool, thanks. It was really great of you to waste 80 hours for that. Isn't the only other Tales sequel released in the US Symphonia Dawn of the New World? It's like Destiny 2, like the actual Destiny 2 wasn't released in the US, was it? No, it wasn't. No. Like, there isn't any others, is there?
Okay, you asked for it.
Yeah, gameplay-wise, Zillia 2 is better than Zillia 1. Story-wise, when the story's going on, it's more interesting. Hey, Lino. How you doing, buddy? But the debt system and the unnecessary amount of grinding. Both levels and money. It was such a drag, and by the time I finished, I was like, I don't want to play anymore. I don't want to play any more Tales games. So I didn't play another Tales game until Tales of Hearts R, like maybe 3 years later. I'm doing okay. We're grinding because we've kind of hit a wall, and we knew we were gonna have to do some grinding anyway. There we go. What does Miser's Spirit do? That's gonna be money related, isn't it? We can lose money. How you doing, video games? Damn it. You good? You great? This is good stuff. Glad to hear it. Punch him. Yeah, I think any word that is prefaced in Japanese by 10 has something to do with heaven. Like Tenshi, Tenchu, Tensei is reincarnation. Yeah. That's what I think, at least. Oh no, I know I'm correct about Tenchu. Divine Wrath, Divine Retribution. Usually translates as heavenly. Thank you, Sina. Angel Day. Yeah. Japan loves its puns like that. Hey, Emily May. Thank you for the lurk. Hope you're doing okay. Spirit? Fire? Fire. Fire. Yeah. This is going to take a while to master. Okay. I should have brought some biscuits. Didn't realise I'd be grinding today. Yeah, Japan loves its puns like that. It's weird. Okay. Take out Catboy. And smack everyone else. Ice Demon. Yeah, that's autocorrect, especially on like touchscreen keyboards, is so fucking weird. Ugh. Final Fantasy 13 will be an interesting revisit. I need to decide whether or not I'm going to set 15 as the 200 follower goal. I think we might be pulling in enough money to make this work, but it's definitely going to take time. The main thing to hope is that everybody doesn't hit the mantras all at once. Give us a bit of time to build up some cash. Alright, so who got it? It was Cielo? There it is. Okay, Ice Magic. Let's work you to Force. Namuko. It's kind of like how Star Wars regularly has the numbers 1138. There's a reference to George Lucas's movie that he did before Star Wars, THX 1138. And that's an interesting touch. Longer calendars. You don't see stuff like that come up much in anything. Like, calendars and just time rarely comes up as a point in any kind of fantasy work, which is kind of a shame. Because there's so much you can do with it, don't? Fuck. I do like world building. Makes me disappointed that it didn't work. Just gonna have to do it on 3DS. I'm working on a 3DS solution. It's not going to be perfect, but hopefully it'll be decent enough if I can get it working. Get it working consistently. I just appreciate that kind of stuff. When the little world building bits come back later as actual important plot points. That's always neat. Ice, ice, baby. I think it's a difficult thing to balance. Like, so many games, especially these days, have so much lore written in them that means absolutely nothing. Like, Dragon Age and Mass Effect, the BioWare stuff is a good example. The codexes in those games are full of information and world building, and none of it ever matters. It's there if you want to read it, and some of it's kind of interesting. A lot of it is just fluff. And if you ever played Kingdoms of Amalur, they got R.A. Salvatore in to write a whole backstory for the world. And there's a lot there, and it means nothing. I feel like it's really a difficult thing to properly balance. Come on, Argilla, master that mantra. But yeah, my hope is, like, get the 3DS the 3DS stream working well enough. Like, we could do Tales of the Abyss on 3DS. Hopefully that'll work well enough. I need to run it through some more testing though. I'm not overly satisfied with how it is at the minute. It needs a wired connection more than anything. It's just streaming the video via the network, and that has problems. Awesome diorama. I'd probably play through Ocarina 3D on stream, that'd be neat. By a demon. Okay. So much grinding. You know what, actually that's a point. Might as well set Agilao now. Oh, I haven't mastered Agilao. Okay, I'm getting confused. Okay. Okay. Want one of those change rings. Question is, like, who do I put it on? We've got one, who do I put it on? Questions for the ages. Oh yeah, point rewards. We've added some stuff to the point rewards. I don't know if people saw. I think like we discussed it during Medieval, but not everybody was here during Medieval on Saturday. Nice. And freeze. And do another one. There we go. So we replaced the point reward for Final Fantasy Mystic Quest with Luna Silver Star Story Complete. Which I think will be interesting. Anybody wants to go for that. Shin Megami Tensei 1 is still there at 50,000 points. We've lowered the price of Nocturne from 100,000 to 75,000. And that is because we have set a new reward to pick a game at 100,000. And of course we have the 1,000 Ask Me Anything thing, which I'm still not sure about, but it's there as a fun redemption, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I reduced the price of Nocturne because I felt like having the option to pick any game should be more. And like, a lot of people have the option of picking a game, and a lot of people have it cheaper. Like Chansum has pick a game at I think 15,000. And the reason I've set mine so high in comparison with like everybody else is because the games you get to choose from is from the list of RPGs on the Discord. And RPGs can be super long, and like that's the result, that's the thing. Generally, with the intention of like, I can play through some of the games I want to play through, and every now and then somebody might redeem a game they want to see. But not all the time, so we're not getting bogged down with it. Yeah, you should probably do something about that, Chansum. Favorite crab. Kingler. Yeah, if you feel that's enough, Chansum. Trashly. I should do RE4 on stream. I've been streaming for about a year and a half now. And I've done RE2 and 3 a bunch of times. I did most of Darkside Chronicles. Dabbled in Code Veronica a bunch. I've never done RE4, and I probably should. I mean, I've played RE4 before. I have a full Let's Play of it on my channel, covering everything in RE4, but I've never streamed it. That's reasonable, Chansum. The main reason I don't have a redemption for a hydrate is because I drink my drink regularly enough as it is. Like, I think this bottle is 800 milliliters. I started with a full bottle, it's gone now. It was gone, I think, at about an hour and a half. Yeah, favorite crab is Kingler. That's really the trick, honestly, Lena. Like, I've got one bottle, it's 800 milliliters, and when it's gone, I'm not getting up to refill it. Yeah, I was debating with Lunar Silver Star Story Complete. I was debating having that as Chrono Trigger. And decided against that because like we're gonna do Chrono Trigger at some point anyway, and Bane has already requested it. And I feel like it wouldn't be fair to then put that behind a Point Redemption. So you've got Lunar Silver Star Harmony, which is a very well-regarded PS1 JRPG that I haven't played. I mean, I have played. I played for like 2 hours, and that was kind of it. Not even because it was bad, it was pretty good. Pretty good from what I played. It's just the attention span. Okay, so we got people coming up on maxing the current mantras. And of course, SMT1 there is... SMT1 is there because SMT1. Nocturne is there because Nocturne. And I kind of want to do that before the remaster comes out next year in the West. So I'll be doing the PS2 version. And then, like, pick your own game from the list on the Discord. I think it's reasonable. And, like, I assume Chansum is happy at the reduced cost for Nocturne. He implied that he was going to go for it. He was going to save up the 100,000 points for it. Maybe. Okay, a bit of heals. Yeah, we're definitely pulling in enough money. It's a shame there's not a large Karma terminal here for us to run around. Because that'd handle both mantras saving... That would handle mantra saving and healing. It'd be great. There we go. Yeah, I have Nocturne as like a higher price point than any other Point Redemption because Nocturne is super long. Super long, super frustrating. Like you get a lot of time out of that. Plus, if Chansum chooses it, I assume he's going to want the hardest ending. That's a time sink. True demon ending. Wonder if SMT 5 is going to continue from that. That'd be neat. I wanna get more info on SMT 5. Like an actual release date, that'd be nice. Alright. There's a little bit of healing. There's physical and auto. Yeah, I'm looking forward to SMT5. Especially since they brought classic Lucifer back. Like, that shot of Lucifer in the trailer was so good. After SMT4 and 4 Apocalypse had that redesign of Lucifer that I wasn't into. Plus, it brings the question of, like, what is Lucifer doing? Because Lucifer has never been that obvious in previous SMT games. Always there, never that obvious. That's Fire Demon. There it is. And we got the money to give Argil a fire lord, fire leader. They're like, what the hell is the next one called? Fire leader. I just saw it. There we go. Oh, for anybody wondering, as I'm sure nobody is, the Sunday showcase we had this week with Scarface will not be on YouTube. As was predicted by Bane, and as I kind of suspected, it is so heavily blocked. Like, way more heavily than I expected. I expected it to have trouble. I didn't expect it to be blocked that much. By that much. So it's not going to be on YouTube. Unfortunately. God damn it, Argilla. Yeah, something like, I think, like 13 songs that play during the course of the game, blocked. Not even just like, oh yeah, no, someone else is monetizing this. No, just straight blocked, can't be seen. And that reminds me, we got a bunch of people here. Signer has chosen next week's Sunday showcase to be Dragon's Crown Pro, and if anybody owns that, I am looking for a group to do some co-op with it next Sunday. If anybody has it, doesn't have to be Dragon's Crown Pro. It can be Dragon's Crown on PS3 or Vita, because the game is crossplay. Where are the crits we usually get with this? Like, they're getting crits, where are my crits? Okay, come on, give me the hit, give me the hit. Yes! That was nasty. Yeah, if anybody has Dragon's Crown and wants to play it on Sunday, we're going to be playing it on Sunday, 8 PM Greenwich Mean Time, GMT. Oh wow, that's what the whole thing looks like? And it starts forcing specific paths, interesting. You know, I'm not entirely sure Dragon's Crown Pro is even released physical right about me. Oh wow, for 300,000 for a Calmdra. Wonder what this is then, because like that's costing 300,000. It was released physically. What do I have? What do I have? I have Odin Sphere. Yeah, I'm pretty sure regular was. Yeah, regular was. I remember seeing it physical on Vita. Like, how many games like that got a physical release on Vita? Dragon's Crown, Odin Sphere, Grand Knight's History. I have a full fan translation of that on PSP. And I think that's all the Vanillaware games I have. Princess Crown would be interesting. It's not technically a Vanillaware game. But it'd be interesting, but it was never released outside Japan. Unfortunately. Okay, and we ran around in circles. It's called Battle Hardened Edition? Jeez. was not aware it had a manga series. That's unexpected. Now we're fine for the minute. Yeah, if we get enough people who want to play it, but don't have it yet, I am willing to postpone it for a while. We'll have Signer pick something else. I think it would work out better if we had more people playing it anyway. Since it's a co-op beat 'em up. Oh, my thought is kind of like cycle round to you again, and you can pick Dragon's Crown Pro next time. Give people a chance to pick it up. Like, not like, oh, we're gonna postpone this for a week or so. Like, we'll postpone this until we come back around to you again. That way there's no hurry for people to get it, but people know that we're going to be doing it at some point. Okay, working on hitting. Physical. Who else do we have to pick then? Klim hasn't picked yet. Teak also hasn't picked yet. Klim or Teak? Klim or Teak? We'll have Dragon's Crown Pro as an open call, I guess. Give it some time. Lim, you did it. I saw you do it. I can prove everything. There we go. Yeah, everyone's levels are coming along pretty nicely. I say the Sonic Marathon is over and we're never going to touch Sonic again. I mean, that's a joke. We'll probably play another Sonic game at some point. Yeah, we'll have Clint picked this week and Teak picked next week then. Just hit them. Hit them all. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so Clem, if you would pick one. Okay, I don't think I should have let Clem pick. Let's see. Yeah, Might number 9 is on the list. Yeah. Oh, okay, I didn't realize we were monsters. Yep, it's on the list. It is on the list. Honestly, I think you would have been better off going for Azure Striker Gunvolt. If you wanted a Mega Man style game that was actually decent. But I know you weren't after a Mega Man style game that's actually decent. Might number 9. Might number 9. Is it on the list? Let me check. Azure Striker Gunvolt is not on the list. Give me a minute. Azure Striker Gunvolt is on the list. I've got the Striker Pack on Switch. So it's like all the neat little improvements plus 60 FPS and stuff like that. Don't. Good. You didn't see it because it wasn't on there, Clem. I just added it. Yeah, Azure Striker Gunvolt is more like Mega Man Zero. Like, Mighty Number 9's over there trying to recapture Mega Man Classic, and Azure Striker Gunvolt is just doing a much better job at being like Mega Man Zero. I appreciate the attempt there, Clem. Yeah, Azure Striker Gunvolt then, that'd be neat. Teak, do you want to pick for the week after? I said the list was finished and I knew it wasn't. Honestly, it was... I mean, Mighty Number 9's on the list, so at some point we're going to have to do it. What was Mighty Gunvolt released on? I think it was just Switch. But I think Mighty Gunvolt Burst was released on something... Not Switch. I think I think Mighty Gun Volt was just 3DS, but I think Mighty Gun Volt Burst was also on something other than the 3DS. God damn it, Teak. This is because Final Fantasy IV isn't on the RPG list, isn't it? Oh yeah, shit, I forgot she's immune to Earth. Wish she'd be immune to less. Wish she was weak to something, that'd make this way less irritating. So you sure you want Mighty number 9 then, Teak? Okay, fire lead and Heaton. Can't just go in there with just Surf capable of doing everything. If he eats Surf, that leaves us with a problem. We need everybody capable of doing it. Yeah, Clem, I recommend looking into Mighty Gun Volt Burst. While everybody was focused, while everybody was so focused on Mighty number 9, Mighty Gun Volt Burst, and Azure Striker Gun Volt came out, and they're much better. What was Mighty Gun Volt Burst released on? Let me check this. Mighty Gun Volt. Oh, Mighty Gun Volt's on PS4 and Vita, but only in Japan. But I might be able to work that, but it is on Windows. Spin-off accompaniment to Azure Striker Gun Volt, featuring characters from Galgun and Mighty number 9. And then Mighty Gun Volt Burst. Which doesn't have its own Wikipedia page. Mighty Gun Volt Burst came out on Switch, 3DS, PS4 and PC. It was re-released as Galgun Volt Burst on PS4, which is interesting. Possibly because, as awkward as the connotations of Galgun are, at least it was a game that succeeded at what it had set out to do, as opposed to Mighty number 9. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I've never seen any of the limited run game stuff. Like, are they like high quality stuff? Yeah, Gal Gunvolt Burst. I could maybe look into streaming Galgun one day. That could be interesting. I'd have to check if it's banned on Twitch. Like, Criminal Girls is banned on Twitch, and I feel like that might not be as bad as Galgun, but I might be wrong. Especially since they censored Criminal Girls. It's not awesome. Not going to ask why you were watching somebody playing it. I think it's weird that you'd look up Galgun, but, you know, that's cool. Galgun's a weird game. Luminous Avenger 9. I always forget that even exists. Somebody you follow is playing, okay. I mean, I guess I can't really say shit about that. I play some weird stuff. It was weird how many people, like, oh hey Mecha, you play weird shit when I was playing Lollipop Chainsaw. And it's like, yeah, I play weird shit, but Lollipop Chainsaw is really not that weird. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Clem. Like, Lollipop Chainsaw is tame, but also Lollipop Chainsaw is pretty mainstream. You want to talk about weird shit? Where were those people when I was doing Michigan Report from Hell? That was fucking weird. That was also a Suda 5-1 game as well. That was not actually something I remembered until I said that. Like, Michigan Report from Hell, the game Suda did before Killer 7. I should do Killer 7 one of these days. I never finished it. Flower, Sun and Rain, I played on the DS. I can't remember what the DS version was called. It had like an extra name to it. I played a little of it on DS, and I really didn't get it. Flower, Sun and Rain's the DS version. Then what's the other version? What's the original version called? Flower, Sun and Rain. Both for the DS. It was released on PS2. Was the PS2 version? Well, the PS2 version was Japan exclusive. I don't know. Yeah, I imagine now that's probably like a really hard game to pick up. Although, a quick look at the Wikipedia page says it was developed by Hand, which I think is the company that did Kingdom Hearts 358 over 2 days and Recoded. So that's neat. I've had the silver case on my PS4 wishlist for a while, which was the first game Suda did with his company Grasshopper Manufacture. I've had it on the PS4 wishlist for a while and I've just never picked it up. Okay, there we go, that's another mantra. Resolution. What's that? Okay. I thought somebody had it. Argila's got it. Yeah, I never finished Killer 7. I won't mind doing that for stream. And of course, there's Shadows of the Damned, I guess. I heard Black Knight's sword wasn't that great. And then, like, what else is there of Suda 51s that's worth looking at? Let It Die, I guess, maybe, on the PS4, the free-to-play game. I heard that was pretty decent. I don't think Suda's done anything since. I mean, I imagine he wasn't super involved in the PC port of Killer 7. So, news article earlier today that I saw says that Sega is interested in bringing more of Atlus's RPGs to PC after the success of Persona 4 Golden, which is pretty nice. But it does leave the whole thing open, like, what about some of your RPGs, Sega? Where's Skies of Arcadia HD, Sega? Every now and then I look into whether or not a fan mod, fan hack, ROM hack, of Skies of Arcadia on GameCube has been done. Skies of Arcadia Legends. To put the Dreamcast music back in. Like, you know, replace the compressed music. Because if you can find that, then there's no need to do the Dreamcast version anymore. Because the one benefit it has over the GameCube is gone. Like, the GameCube has higher poly character models, the extra discoveries, the Piastor side quest. I think the wanted list was added to the GameCube version. It's kind of a shame that, like, there aren't more people trying to work on that, Because, like, you got stuff like the Persona 3 Full Moon mod, which I think that is a combination of two mods. One that replaces the anime cutscenes in Persona 3 with the anime cutscenes from the anime scenes from the movie. So it's the same scene, just the movie version. So it looks way nicer. And one that replaces the music with other music from, like, the dancing games and rearrangements and stuff, which I think is kind of a mixed bag. Like, you've got that stuff, and meanwhile, like, Skies of Arcadia doesn't have the one thing that would be... like, it's... I imagine it's a difficult thing to do, but the concept is much simpler than let's take a bunch of rearranged Persona 3 music from all over the place and put it into Persona 3 FES. I think outside of, like, an extensive rework, like... what would be a good example? Like Strange Journey Redux on 3DS. I think outside something like that, we're probably never going to see PR Stall as a playable character. Which is unfortunate, because, like, you pointed out a while back, Seek, that, like, she has all the makings of a playable character. And thinking about it, you're totally right, she does. I mean, let's not go into details, because Chansum hasn't done Skies of Arcadia yet, and is going to be doing Legends soon. But you are right, she does seem to have a lot of design ideas, both in battle mechanics and just character design, that suggests playable character. Alright, thanks for joining us, Lena. You take care, buddy, and we'll catch you next time. Have yourself a good night, bud. Come on, we're almost there with Heaton. Skies of Arcadia is such a good game. God damn it. Come on, damn it. Well, that'd be why we have the thing of not losing money. That was fucking bullshit. That was a lot of money. Yeah, I hate confusion, charm are like my two single most hated status effects in any game. In JRPGs. You know what? Just fucking have somebody else do it. Hate confusion and charm. Alright, there's Zanma. And now we need Tarazi. How bad is that gonna be? Not too bad, because we already have Matera. That's good then. That is good, I'm okay with that. Yeah, Digital Devil Saga has added a few status effects to the status effects that I hate. Like, Confusion and Charm are still garbage. Although Confusion in this is called Panic, so, you know. Stun. Like, Stun massively lowering your hit rate? I hate that. Curse is irritating. Like, not as bad as Stun, but like... Ugh. And then Cielo's just stood here, weak to status effects, of all things. Just fucking irritating. Well, at least we're getting some levels. That's it, we've got like another 20 minutes of this. Then we'll call it. We'll have done the 3 hours and it'll be fine. Do bum 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 end the stream in 20 minutes. I'm tired. You know me, I'd usually go for like way longer with DDS, but I am tired today. I did not sleep well last night. But I don't want to hit less than like the 3 hours. I like to aim for 3 hours at a minimum, and it's only when there's like extenuating circumstances that I'll go less. Oh shit, I forgot Surf has Zanma now. You might ask, like, why don't I cut the grind out? And it's like Teak cuts the grind out, and it's like, you know, it's good for Teak. I imagine it is actually boring to watch the grind. But I also think like the grind is a necessary part of the game, and I'm showing you the game. We're playing the game as it's supposed to be played, which means you see the grind. You gotta set your own targets, Jansen. I don't think it's a good idea to hold yourself up to anybody else's standards or methods. Because if you do that, you're always going to find something that you're falling behind on, and that'll drive you crazy. There's always going to be something doing. There's always going to be someone doing something in a way you would like to be doing something that you just can't, for whatever reason. Oh boy. Yeah, Teak's grinding now. Yeah, it's fair enough, and like, considering Teak's been playing very grind-heavy games anyway, because, you know, that's what JRPGs were before the turn of the century. It's like, oh hey, you're playing a Dragon Quest game? Cool. That's like 60% grind. 6-hour streams as Asteria. That's cool, but that's also a lot to maintain. Like, if you're gonna try and aim for 6-hour streams consistently. Especially since you're also doing your Animal Crossing streams nightly. Plus your Oracle of Ages and your Baiting Kaitos. Like, you're really pushing yourself with that idea. Okay. On the other side, I know what it's like to be that into a game, and that's part of the reason why, like, last week's stream of Digital Devil Saga 2 was as long as it was. I mean, we'll push into Raid Teak as well, but, like, Raid Teak was partly an excuse. Yeah, you got a lot going on there, Chansum. I mean, your Baiting Kaitos is 2 days a week, your Oracle of Ages is 2 days a week. But you're also streaming Animal Crossing like every night. And that's a constant. And then doing Tales of Berseria on top of that. It's a good way to get burned out. 2 hours, 4 days a week, Animal Crossing is nightmare. Setting yourself the small targets for stuff like Tales of Berseria is a good idea. But on the downside, it is also going to make the game feel like it's taken forever. Yeah, Santa's right. It's like trying to find the balancing act, though, because when a game, especially an RPG, when RPGs are as long as they are anyway, and you do them in short bursts, and they really feel like they're taking forever because you're doing them in short bursts, it's a really difficult balancing act. Don't. There we go. Oh, I totally get that. But you can also take advantage of your free time in other ways. Okay. Damn it. Well, at least we started making progress with Jack Frost, though. Yeah, like, the push to feel like you need to stream a lot while you've got the time to stream a lot is reasonable, but like, don't forget, free time is free time. You can spend free time however you want, even if you're doing nothing. Which can be a good thing sometimes. Not all the time. Like, you don't want to be doing nothing all the time, because then you run into the problem of, like, the negative feelings you get because you're doing nothing all the time. Like, doing nothing every now and then, like, doing something like reading a book, doing stuff off-stream, doing stuff for yourself. Not a bad idea to do to take advantage of the free time either. It might be, I mean, maybe take a couple of days off. Put yourself first, Jansen. God damn it. Anyway. Like, I think when it comes down to it, as much as you enjoy streaming in general, this is my views, like, take that for what it's worth. As much as you enjoy streaming, if it's not what gives you your livelihood, it's a hobby. And sometimes you need to take a break from hobbies. Overdoing hobbies leads to you not enjoying the hobbies at all anymore, and that can be worse. Then you end up at the point where you're just not doing that hobby anymore because you don't enjoy it anymore because you overdid it. And then that can last an extended period, and then you'll start to hate that. The horrible balancing act that is being a person. Yeah. It's like, okay, you're in something of a reasonable position at the minute, Jansen. Because you're almost done with Oracle of Ages. And when you're done with Oracle of Ages, you can leave that space empty for a little while. Like, you can leave that space empty for a little while without feeling like you're letting anybody down with anything. Like with anything else, like, oh, take a break from Berseria. But like, what if you lose track of Berseria? What if people wanting to see Berseria? Or like Baten Kaitos or anything? Or if people want to see the super regular Animal Crossing? Or if you want to keep up with the super regular Animal Crossing, and Animal Crossing is a very time-focused thing, and it's horrible because of that. And stuff like that. But with you almost being at the end of Oracle of Ages, and presumably Baten Kaitos, you're at a point now where you've got 2 slots in your schedule that you could leave open for a little while, and just take some time for yourself without really losing anything. I think that could be a good idea, but that's just me. Okay, Angel is almost done. Okay. Oh yeah. Generally, a concern of mine with the decision to focus on JRPGs has been like really burning myself out with them. But that's a bridge I'm gonna cross when I come to it. You're basically at that bridge almost with finishing Baten Kaitos, and you could jump straight into Origins, or you could give yourself a week off. Let's go with Death then. It's cool. It's cool. It's good, Jansen. And don't forget, you've also got your Oracle games. You're almost done with Oracle of Ages, and when you're done with that, I know you want to jump into Skies of Arcadia, but you can give that a bit of time. Nice, there was only 1 miss there. Argilla? And somebody mastered something. I think it was Roland. Like, at the end of the day, it's like every now and then I'll postpone a stream or I'll cancel a stream. Like I cancelled Thursday's stream. Probably should look up that, see how much of a mess that is. It's like I cancelled Thursday's stream. Every now and then I'll cancel or I'll postpone a stream and do something the next day. Ordinarily, cancelling Thursday's stream, I would have postponed it to Friday. But like, I've made the point of like, we take the Fridays off, and you stream on the Fridays, and I watch you stream. Which isn't a thing to put pressure on you. Like, I'd take the Fridays off if you don't stream anyway. it's a good idea to have a day off anyway, rather than stream the 7 days a week. Well, I'll do that because sometimes just don't feel it. And in that case, I think it's better to take a night off to yourself rather than try and push it. And then you end up with like a really lackluster stream where you're not into it and the viewers can tell you're not into it, chat can tell. And then nobody wins with that. It's not a bad idea. I mean, your big concern more than anything is just Animal Crossing. Because you do Animal Crossing nightly, and Animal Crossing is a game all about dealing with time. In real time. So I think that's your biggest concern, like giving time to yourself, but also not missing anything with Animal Crossing. Yeah. Because Animal Crossing has the whole time thing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, like, the real-time focus. Like, sometimes you just need some time for yourself. It hit me a couple of times kind of hard earlier this year. I think it might have hit during August. It definitely hit during Star Wars month back in May. Where I just wasn't feeling it. I didn't stream for a week. And I wasn't streaming for a week. That was that. And you come back and, like, hopefully you feel better and you can continue with it. Yeah, sometimes it's just a difficult thing to really work yourself up to, right about me. You know, to be honest with you, Chanson, that is a design idea I don't like the sounds of. That feels like gacha game bullshit. Or like MMO style shit. Yeah, it feels like that's exactly what it exists for, to make you feel bad when you miss a day playing it. Which feels like something a free-to-play gacha game kind of thing would do. And I don't like it as a concept. The only thing the only game I've ever had anything like that on was Dissidia Duodecim. Because every day you go on to Dissidia Duodecim, the Moogles deliver a letter for you. And if you don't go on for, I think, a week or more, when you come back, the delivery Moogles are like, "Is it really you? Like, you've been gone for so long. Don't forget, we're always here to deliver letters." And at first it was kind of like, I don't want to leave these guys not delivering the letters. It's been that long since I've done original Dissidia, I couldn't remember if it was in there. It's like, originally it was like a case of, I don't want to leave these guys not delivering the letters, I want to feel bad over that. Over time, it got to a point where it's like, it's a fucking game, I don't care. There's other stuff for me to be concerned about in my life. Some people have a harder time reaching that point than others. But it is a point you do kind of have to reach for yourself. Yeah, I remember that with The World Ends With You. God damn it. Fucking piece of shit. Got lucky with that one. Baphomet spamming Madoon. But yeah, I know what you mean. Final Fantasy XIV has the smart thing with that of yeah, that was worrying. Final Fantasy XIV has a similar thing to The World Ends With You of the rest zone. Log out in a rest zone, and for the amount of time you logged out, up to a certain point, you gain bonus rest experience, which is a multiplier that applies to a specific amount of experience when you come back. And the longer you're gone, up to a certain point, the more experience that rest covers. Like, you don't level up while you're gone, you don't gain experience while you're gone, you just have a multiplier, and how long that multiplier lasts. I don't play other MMOs, Teak, so I can't really say. But it's the same idea, and it's a good idea. And I'm going to assume that kind of thing came into practice after World of Warcraft led to people poop socking. Because some people really need help. I really hate Curse. Had it from the start. I would have thought it was a reaction to a lot of the controversy that ended up over people being addicted to World of Warcraft. Some people really do need help. I think it's less a case of we're begging you to have a life outside of the game, more a case of don't put the responsibility for your life on us. Do not blame us for your problems. We're doing everything we can to be a fun game, but also encourage you to take the regular breaks. Within reason. I used to be of the opinion that video game addiction wasn't real. And that it was dumb and people just need to control themselves better. And as time's gone on and I've really grown up and a little study into psychology and stuff, and just general life experience, has really said it's not even so much about the games being addictive, it's about these people have problems and they focus their problems on the video games. People with addictive personalities. And it's like, you've got the addictive personality. And the stupid people, the people looking for something to blame other than the person, will blame the video game, and that's not right. Some games are designed that way, and it's bullshit. some games are designed to be addictive. Yeah, some games like the whole casino and the gambling stuff that really needs to have some kind of legislation over it. And there are things like that. Gacha games have that problem. Everything 2K's doing, it seems. But then there are some people who just have the genuine problem and, like, can't deal with that. Jim Sterling has a really good thing on that kind of thing. At the point when loot boxes became a proper thing, and how loot boxes basically are gambling now. And loot boxes are worse because they're real money, rather than just time, which can be so much more destructive. And actual gambling addicts who are trying to recover and get away from the gambling side and taking their escapism into video games, and now the video games are pelting them with gambling from all sides. And some people just have the addictive personalities, and now they can't escape it because of that bullshit. It's the legislation. It's the same. The whole thing with Animal Crossing being able to get away with that kind of shit, and FIFA being able to get away with that kind of shit, it's the same kind of thing that led to the congressional hearings in the 90s over video game violence and unsuitability for children. It's because video games are still on a broader scale viewed as toys. Viewed as something for children, and media that we can't really properly understand or control because it's still so new, except it's not. Video games are now over 50 years old. But it's still maintained that same mindset by the people who make the legislation, probably because they're too fucking old and need to retire or die. Nice. The whole... It's like you've got the age ratings on video games. And age ratings should mean more than they do, and it's awkward that they don't. But also the age ratings don't take into account gambling and loot boxes and real money transactions for the most part. And essentially what it is the same idea as... I think it still pops up in games. Online interactions not rated by the ESRB. Because the idea is like, oh yeah, no, the ESRB has rated this game for everything that's in the game, but if your child plays this game with somebody online and that person says a bad word, the ESRB can't do anything about that. They can't predict it, they can't stop it. And I think that's kind of the same area where we're at with the real money transactions. And it's made even worse by shit like Activision coming out with Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled. And it's like, let's say I'm an uninformed parent looking for a game for my kid, and it's like Crash Bandicoot. Or hell, let's say I am mildly informed. And I haven't played games in years, but I used to play Crash Bandicoot when I was a kid. And sure, like, Crash Bandicoot, Crash Team Racing, they remade it. I loved this game as a kid. My kid will love this new version. Here you go, kid. I've looked into the reviews of it, and it says it's all great and it's fun. And then a month later, after launch, Activision puts microtransactions in. And how are you supposed to deal with that? Does the ESRB then go through the entire thing again and then re-rate it? You can't re-rate the boxed copies. I can understand that. On one hand, Nintendo really holds the hand too much with that kind of thing. On the other, people would draw cocks. Every now and then, on... like, you play Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, every now and then you'll see somebody who's managed to work the Mii's face into basically a cock. It's not often, but you'll still see it. Because people. And like there's nothing that can be done about that. And it's understandable, but again, you end up with the same thing. There you go. And given that Mii's mean even less now, and the Mii's in Mario Kart 8 are just a holdover of Mario Kart 8 on Wii U. And Mii's mean basically nothing anymore, but every now and then you'll still see it on there. And it's like you can't prepare for that kind of thing. Online interaction is not rated by the SRB. And then you've got the other side of the problem, where like, okay, this game has been sent in for certification for rating. Certification, I think, yeah. And the developers can just turn around at any point. Developers or publishers can turn around at any point and then add new stuff to it. And Activision already did it, like I say, with Crash Team Racing, and now you've got this thing in-game real money transactions. And Activision's done it with a bunch of games. And then what about other companies doing it with their games? Nice. So you've got this entire thing of like, you look into reviews of stuff, and how many reviews get updated when microtransactions get added to stuff, when loot boxes get added to stuff. And it wouldn't surprise me, like EA is under fire in Belgium right now for refusing to take the license, the loot boxes, out of FIFA. And they're being sued by Belgium, the country, for it. And EA is like, no, we'll fight this. Because that's just how arrogant and focused these companies are on making that money. And so how long before we end up at the same point where we are with Activision, with microtransactions, with loot boxes? How long before something launches without loot boxes, draws people in, and then puts them in? And then you've got the full gambling system just there. How long until we end up with shit like NBA 2K20, infamous example that I will never let go of because it was fucking ridiculous. Of 2K's trailer for NBA 2K20 was a straight up casino, showing all the gambling sides. How long until they decide, okay, we can't get away with that anymore, so let's hide it all Wait until everybody's bought it and then put it back in. You know, kind of like what 2K did with... Oh yeah, they did that. Kind of like what 2K did with the NBA 2K21 comes out, and 2K21 is especially egregious. More microtransactions, loot boxes, and casino bullshit than ever, because 2K has just been ramping this up every year. The trailer was only... Look up the trailer. In fact, you know what? Let me find this. Okay. This isn't on 2K's official channel. This is on Game Trailer's channel, which is verified. I imagine the 2K took it off their channel at some point. But here it is. In fact, I might have just seen it there. View all of them. No, that's a channel called NBA 2K. What is... Right, that's an article for it, alright. And it's like, okay, so you got all that shit in there. And it's been especially egregious this year, where they've launched with all that shit like they did last year, like they did the year before. And it's worse than before because they keep ramping it up every year. And 2K comes out and like, yeah, since we jump into the next generation, we're going to be increasing the cost of our games. So NBA 2K21 is going to cost $70 on PS5 and Xbox Series X to reflect the higher quality. Those versions aren't even out yet. The PS4, Xbox One, and PC versions have been out for about a month. And a couple of weeks ago, after all the reviews came out, they added unskippable adverts in the game. Again. So you go out, you pay your full price, you pay your $70 now for this game, loaded with loot boxes and microtransactions, and now also unskippable adverts again. $70 to reflect the higher quality. And then of course that circles back round to the old argument of why loot boxes and microtransactions exist. They exist because, you know, game development is expensive. If we raise the price of games, we wouldn't have to put these things into games. Okay, so the price is raising next generation. They're still putting them in the games because, of course, they fucking are. Yep. That was an official trailer put out by 2K. Did you have us muted while you were watching that trailer, Chansum? Nice. Did you have us muted while you were watching the trailer? Yeah, so then you caught all the stuff we were saying about, like, the unskippable adverts that were added, the increased cost that they're saying to justify development while keeping all this shit. How far up is the shop? Okay. Yeah, and this entire thing, again, should be properly classified as gambling. Preys on the addictive natures of people who play the games. Of anybody who plays the games. There's a term in this kind of thing for the kind of people that these practices prey upon. And they don't care about the people who spend a little bit here, a little bit there. They're after the people who throw down huge amounts of money into these gambling systems. These gambling systems that give them nothing back. And the term for those people, these executives, the people who make these games, who fight for the loot boxes and microtransactions and gambling shit, the term for that they call these people is whales. Like, so far, the last I checked, the only reason these things aren't considered gambling is because there's no way to pay out. You put money in, you can't get money back out again, so it's not gambling. Which is complete bullshit following letter of the law rather than the spirit. And it's one of those things, like, the legislation needs to catch up with this shit. Video games, it's the same thing. It's not that the thing is addictive. I look at that kind of shit and think, I'm not spending anything on this because fuck that. Other people look at it and will end up spending money on it and then become addicted because they have the addictive personalities. And at that point, it is the game's fault because the game is designed specifically to be addictive to make you spend money. And yet somehow this blatant predation, this, like, actively preying upon these people maliciously in such a way, has received less controversy and mainstream attention than World of Warcraft. Less than World of Warcraft, when people were so addicted to World of Warcraft that they physically suffered, they mentally, emotionally suffered, their families suffered. Despite this being arguably far worse. Because it's straight up gambling, it's gambling in your house. And if you're going to argue that it's not, then you're a complete and utter cunt, and I don't want to be friends with you anymore. I said not specifically anybody in chat, just like, if you're going to argue that it's not, then I don't think we have anything to discuss. Hypothetical person. There we go, it's Earth. Yeah, pretty much. The entire thing's a mess, and the legislation really needs to catch up with it. But of course, there was more effort put into trying to ban shit like Night Trap and Mortal Kombat and Doom. Because, oh, think of the children. But you know, when it comes to stuff like this, it's like, oh yeah, no, it's adults who are doing it, and adults have to be responsible for their own welfare. Or it's kids getting hold of account details, card details, or card details being stored on the system, and then spending loads because they don't know any better. And then again, oh, it's the fault of the adult. The adult should really buck up their ideas and get to work on dealing with that. Back in the 90s, it was immoral content preying on the hearts and minds of the youth, corrupting them. Now, it's adults need to take more control over their children and themselves. And the entire thing becomes incredibly blatant. I'm not sure how much traction this got in the US, but like, there was a parliamentary meeting last year to discuss, debate the nature of loot boxes and all of this shit that's in games now, and determine whether or not it is gambling. And I don't know how much traction any of that got in the US. Whether it got any kind of news reports. But it led to the representative for EA, when questioned about loot boxes, like, they're not loot boxes, they're surprise mechanics. I feel like a lot of people heard about the surprise mechanics shit. Battlefront 2, I think, really kicked it off. I feel like EA are kicking themselves over Battlefront 2. Because, like, they were getting away with that shit in FIFA for years. There was a point that I remember seeing on Reddit of somebody saying, like, why are you guys complaining now? We've been dealing with this in FIFA for years. And it's like, cool, that is not a good thing, and you shouldn't have been. But Battlefront 2 brought its attention way more out there. Because who buys FIFA every year? People who are mostly going to focus on FIFA. Who buys Star Wars Battlefront 2? Chances are a lot of people who are more casually into games, and as a result you end up with this having a much broader install base. And as a result, the push EA made for loot boxes in Battlefront 2 became incredibly visible. And I bet EA's kicking themselves over that. Because I think that is the single incident that started the entire cycle of scrutiny on loot boxes. The entire thing's horrible, and again, this shit destroying lives, the whole addiction part of it, it's straight up gambling addiction. And systems specifically designed to take advantage of that in video games, but it's getting way less attention and way less scrutiny than World of Warcraft. And while I would argue World of Warcraft was never entirely innocent, World of Warcraft also never just outright did that. It never outright took your money. There were always systems in place to try and encourage the players to take regular breaks. And some people can't. Some people have the personality problems, the addictive nature that prevents that. Meanwhile, the current systems in place with this shit they're always designed specifically to push you onwards. Because that's the gambling mentality. Keep going until you're out of money. You're out of money? Cool, get out of the casino. Except in this case, the casino is the game. Out of money? Well, you know, there's nothing more we can do. We need you to put more money into the game that you've paid full price for. If you don't have that money, well then, there's not really anything here for you. Fucking hate video games these days. For every one piece of genuine artistic merit, there's a dozen money-grubbing pieces of shit. And to be fair, it's always been like that. There's always been the stuff that was made like specifically just to take money, try and trick you into giving your money away. But it used to be a case of you could only give your money up once per game. You see, that kind of thing, Chansom, is exactly my reason why I'm always suspicious of free-to-play. I mean, I feel like sooner or later it comes down to something like that. I think the worst thing, Teak, is... it's a red flag for a lot of people. It's not a red flag for everybody. And there are always the people that defend it. Like, I said a lot of shit. Like, about how infuriating it was that people were defending Nintendo for the Super Mario 3D World bullshit, for the Super Mario 3D All-Stars bullshit. And it's ridiculous people that defend Nintendo for that. But there are always people to defend everything. And there are people who defend microtransactions. It's not a big red line for enough people. And it's one of many problems I see with the industry that just leaves me thinking, like, I am so fucking willing to, instead of going forward to the next generation, I'm so fucking willing to just turn around and go back and play more of the old generations, more than I currently do. It's not a case of nostalgia blinding me, it's a case of, oh hey, there's so much back there that I never actually played. And you know what the cool thing about that is? I only have to pay for it once. That shit comes completed. No DLC to buy, no updates to download, no microtransactions, no loot boxes, no more bullshit to sell me on top of the actual game. I buy this game and it's done. Well, Shin Megami Tensei's never been overly mainstream video games. It's more mainstream now thanks to the very rampant success of Persona. And because Persona is a spin-off of Shin Megami Tensei, it has in turn led to a lot more exposure on other SMT stuff. But if you were into RPGs on the PS2, I feel like you knew about Digital Devil Saga. On a system full of fantastic RPGs, Digital Devil Saga is often considered one of the best. Some people got into it with Persona 3, Persona 4 really ended up being bigger thanks to word of mouth prior to that. And then over time, as word of mouth grew and Persona 4 sold more and more and more over time, when Persona 5 came out, there was enough word of mouth and as a result, also thanks to the proliferation of the internet. Like, what was it? Like, Persona 5 was like 9 years after. It was released like 9 years after 4. Persona 5 was after like 9 years after 4. And so you've got all these people who are in positions to actually say stuff about it, saying stuff about it. Well, that's the thing, like, you want to talk flying under the radar when it first came out? Persona 3, very much so. Because the shooting yourself in the head mechanic should have caused a lot more controversy than it actually did. And I don't know if it's that Persona 4 was more accessible story-wise because of that. I mean, let's not forget, Persona 4 takes ages to start. Persona 3 immediately opens with intrigue. But Persona 4 takes ages before the first person dies to really kick the plot off. Really? I've never known anybody who was like that. Anybody I've spoken to about Persona 3 who was previously aware of it was generally more like, yeah, it's kind of a weird thing that they shoot themselves in the head. But you know what? The game's pretty cool and it plays well. And that's generally how that's always been received around me. But getting back to the whole thing of like going back rather than forward with this whole thing of games. Like, I do a lot of retro games on the stream, to the point where a lot of people... I don't actually consider this a retro stream, but a lot of other people do. And it's not specifically a retro stream, it's just that when I'm choosing games to play, I want to go with stuff that interests me. Especially since I want to do stuff that I've not actually done before. And in general, older stuff I think is more interesting. The game design tends to be more interesting to me. A lot of what they do is more appealing, more worth my time in exploring, I think. Yeah, it's like I was in Rebel stream last night and he was recommending me to Mugen, who popped in earlier, and Mugen followed me based on Rebel's recommendation. And Rebel's like, yeah, no, Mecha streams a lot of retro games. And it's like, yeah, I guess I do. It's not a specific intention. Those just happen to be the games that I'm interested in. Because again, I think the older design of games is just way more interesting to examine. Less bloated? Ah, fucking hell, I'm not buying that many. We can wait for that then, I want the money I've got. And like, one thing I really like about older games, a lot more with less resources, yeah. Development costs weren't as high. One thing I really like with old games is because development costs weren't as high, there was more creativity in the media. You could do more with less. And there was less of a push to be constantly profitable. It was still there, of course it was. But because the profit margin was less, because games cost less to make, there wasn't as strong a focus on it. Which led to a lot of more interesting and experimental stuff. I've said before, the PS1 is one of my favourite consoles to check stuff out on. Because of the incredibly experimental design of like everything. The only other game I can think of that had cannibalism in it was The Walking Dead game. But in that, as you would expect of like any game that deals with cannibalism, it was a case of it's bad. There's no question. Hell, I'd argue this game doesn't really deal with cannibalism so much as just the idea of turning into a monster, and cannibalism is part of that. I think older games were generally way more interesting in a lot of the designs. And the only area you see that same kind of interesting ideas wanting to explore new concepts and unusual concepts is indie games. About that. And like indie games are like the only thing now that really push any kind of interesting ideas like that, because indie games don't cost as much to make, and there you go. Don't cost as much to make, don't have as high a profit margin to get past. And that's just where we end up. Indie games are a very mixed bag, I feel. Like, I'm tired of walking simulators. I was tired of walking simulators ages ago. I'm not really interested in stuff that is focused on being artsy. I suppose, like, kind of in the same way, I'm not interested in Oscar bait movies. But, like, then you end up with stuff that does interesting things, that has interesting gameplay mechanics, like, focus on the gameplay to be interesting, has interesting stories that wouldn't be told in other mediums. I had an example in my head a minute ago and I can't think what it was. Super Hot. Super Hot is a fun game. It is weird, it is strikingly meta, and it focuses entirely around a single unique concept done really well. Super hot. Super hot. Super hot. Super Hot is great. And I think it's one of the best examples of what indie games can really be, and why indie games can be so much more interesting and well worth your time than a lot of the mainstream AAA shit. I'm not saying artsy stuff can't be good, Chansum. It's just artsy stuff doesn't appeal to me. Mostly. If something's artsy, cool, but I want it to appeal to me mostly in a gameplay sense. Super Hot's narrative was an interesting and really cool bonus when I went in there for the gameplay. Time Spinner is an interesting example. Very much a Metroidvania game in the style of classic Metroidvania, Castlevania games, with an interesting world setting and design around it. I went there for the Metroidvania, and I came out of it with a solid appreciation for the world it built and the characters it had. Seriously, recommend Time Spinner to anybody who's interested in Metroidvania. It looks like Final Fantasy VI. It plays like Metroidvania. The interface looks like Dawn of Sorrow. Like, honestly, it's ridiculous just how much it looks like other stuff. To the point where if I was more of a prick, I would say that it blatantly ripped those assets. But I very much doubt they actually did. it ends up with a very familiar visual style, taking pieces and ideas from other stuff to make, I would imagine, make you more comfortable. Perhaps, I don't know, I'm not a video game reviewer. I don't need to come up with these flowery terms to try and sell my own intelligence while explaining to you why a game is worth your time. It's a good game, and it has specific bits that look very much like other games, which isn't a bad thing, and it plays really well, and its story was neat. And there are other things I could say about it that would probably sell you on it, but I don't want to because I feel like then it would be pandering to you, and you should discover those things for yourself. I've debated game reviews in the past. I have opinions on stuff, opinions that a lot of people seem to actually be okay with, to respect, which is always weird. The problem is coordinating those thoughts into, like, a video format. Like, I've thought about doing video reviews and stuff like that, I just have no way of... I have no idea how to properly coordinate my thoughts and opinions. Well, it's more a case of, like, respecting and valuing my opinion. People wanting to hear my opinion, respecting that opinion, valuing the opinion, making decisions possibly based on that opinion, and it's a weird thought for me. Like, yeah, indie games, some of the most interesting stuff. Some of the coolest stuff, some of the most innovative stuff. And even then, like, they don't have to be any of that. I think the problem with a lot of people as far as opinions like that goes is people demanding that their opinions are valued and respected and valid. And nobody has to value your opinion. Nobody has to give a shit about what you have to say. Yeah, like, outside the stuff. Valid is not excusable or correct. People argue a lot of stuff under the umbrella of free speech. Which is something that it's something that flies in America that doesn't fly in a lot of other places. I think it comes back to the point of a lot of people don't like to admit that they're wrong or that they make mistakes. And that's I feel like that's a point I've not made in a long time. But more people need to be willing to be wrong. to admit that they were wrong, to accept that they were wrong, and learn. Nobody's perfect. You're going to be wrong about a lot of things in your life. And you can either be a complete, an utter, insufferable ass about it, or you can learn from that. And grow and mature. Or you can sit inside your comfortable space and swear and shout offensive things at people who say that you're wrong when you are wrong. Being wrong is not a weakness. Being wrong is an opportunity for growth. Yeah, it comes back to the old like to Ares human, and the old often repeated phrase: every failure is a lesson. Learn from your mistakes. Get better. You'll still make mistakes. Because to err is human. We are not perfect. Yeah, these are the quotes that Bane won't put into the quote system. But when it comes down to it, though, like, you're gonna be wrong a lot of the time. Deal with it. You know, it wouldn't actually surprise me if Bane had a pager. That would be like one of the less surprising things to learn about him. Those partial transformations look horrifying. Alright, thanks for joining us, Clem. You have yourself a good night, and good luck at trivia. Or bowling, whichever it is you're doing. You did both on Tuesdays. Good luck at everything you're doing today. Take care, Clem. Come on. Get back up and make the hit. It was a choice between reviving Cielo and the enemy just killing another character. And if we revived Cielo, they would have killed another character. and then we'd get in the loop of just trying to get Cielo to get that experience, trying to get everybody to get the experience. I hope I'm not being too preachy. But I'm not a perfect person. I don't have any room to say how people should be. Just try your best. I think the last thing we've got is Argilla. It should be set up to level what I need to, but I'll check what it is in a minute after we do this fight. I want to go into the boss fight with Fire, Force, Earth, level 2. Because those are the 3 elements that the boss seems to be weak to. Level 1 was not getting us anywhere, and we were basically past the point of needing to do them. So Argilla is learning Eaton, which gets her level 2 Force. Cielo is learning level 2 Fire. Surf is done. So Surf is learning level 2 Lightning. Zionga. I think Argilla has Agila. Yeah, she does. So it's just those 2 for Argilla and Cielo. I've said it before, like, it's the thing that makes grinding less tedious to an extent than a lot of other RPGs. We're not grinding for levels. Levels are probably fine. We're grinding for specific abilities. Because we've analysed the boss, we've determined what we want, and we're going for abilities and a combat capability that will hopefully neutralize the enemy to a reasonable extent. Right, I need to level up some of that. I've got all my stats mostly even at the minute, but that's mostly even with the ring equipped. There we go. I always want them to transform because that means we'll actually get some Atma out of this. I always forget the proper word for it is Atma. And get some meat. Oh boy. God damn it. Okay. I was there for a second thinking, at my stomach, is that what I need to... Is that a specific ability I need to get? And then I realised what you're actually saying. I'm sorry, I meant to end this stream like over an hour ago. And I just got caught up in grinding and talking about shit. Every time I see any kind of Mudo, I'm just like, ugh. I don't do it out loud because then a lot of the stream would just be, ugh. But like, ugh. Like, incredibly frustrating. Man, I think we're fortunate at the minute in that no enemy we've come across has had Mamudoon, just Mudoon. Uh-huh. I was gonna say, like, watch the next 3 fights be, humans. And then we end up with this, which is fantastic. Okay, that's 3 more. So, Zanma on Argilla. It was Agilo, right, yeah. So that's done there. And Roland? Yeah, Roland finished learning his ailment skills. Wasn't sure about this new armor grid to start with, but like, I appreciate how it offers a lot more versatility in how you learn mantras. I think that's pretty neat. Make a push to ignore the ones that you don't want. Yeah. Rather than the straight lines of DDS1, which meant you had to learn everything in a specific order. Which also led to us, at the end, when we were grinding, there was a point where we just had we didn't have enough money to get new mantras. So we had to prioritize who got the new mantras, because they cost so much. Because everybody had to move along in a specific way. Okay. Damn. Oh well. Gonna have Zionga after this fight, boyo. Damn it. Dude wasn't gonna get afflicted with fear anyway while he was paralyzed like that. While he was shocked. Paralysis is a specifically different thing. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, the new system is definitely a good idea, since you have to level again. The new system is a good idea for mixing that up. Especially since the intention is that you've come from DDS1 to DDS2 and you're gonna have to do everything again. So here's a system of like, here's a bunch of stuff, and you can work your own way around it in specific ways and avoid the stuff you don't want. If it had been a case of the same system, the linear upgrade paths, yeah. Oh, we took it all away from you for no real reason. Now do it all again. Don't get me wrong, it's still frustrating that they did that. But the new system makes it less frustrating to get it all back than if it had been the same system again. Okay. Well, let's be fair, Chanson. Any explanation for it is always bullshit. The explanation is reasonable and adds to the story, but any explanation was going to be bullshit. At least it's better than Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance. Unlearn everything you've ever learned. We're going to teach you the proper way to use a Keyblade now. It's like, yeah, okay, here's an idea. How about we don't play this game? There we go, Zionga. And now with that... Okay. New mantra for Surf. It's a terrible excuse. It's like with oh, what's its face? Metroid Prime. Metroid Prime deciding to give you an explanation for why Samus doesn't have all of her abilities at the start. I appreciate the effort. Your explanation was dumb. It is one thing that kind of has me interested in trying the Dot Hack games again. Because I know the Dot Hack games... when you go from part 1 to part 2 to part 3 to part 4, you can carry over your save and the level that you're at. And carry over everything. And that's a nice idea. Have you played or seen Metroid Prime, Chansum? Or any Metroid, really? Yeah, in Prime, you get knocked into a wall by an explosion, and that removes every single upgrade. In Prime 2, the Ing steal a bunch of your upgrades when you end up in Dark Aether unexpectedly, and you don't know what's going on with that. So you're ambushed and caught in a really bad position, and the Ing steal all of your abilities while they're trying to kill you. You're lucky to get away with your life, but you're still left with Morph Ball. I think that's the only ability you're left with. Prime 3 didn't actually explain it, which was probably a better idea. Other M is the worst, in that Samus has all of her abilities, but she won't use them until her commanding officer authorizes it. Which led to the infamous moment in the game where the commanding officer has not authorized Samus to use her suit upgrade that will protect her from extreme heat. And she runs through an area with extreme heat while taking damage. The entire thing's dumb. Ultra M, more than anything, really made the point of, you shouldn't explain this. It's a gameplay point. You can't start off fully powered because that would invalidate so much of the game. It's this whole idea that so many games have of trying to explain gameplay mechanics in world. And it's unnecessary and dumb. Don't. It's like Bulletstorm. If you ever played Bulletstorm, Bulletstorm has a system where you gain points for every kill you do. And those points let you level up and buy upgrades. And Bulletstorm explains that in-game. The military has that as a system to encourage soldiers to do good kills. Doesn't really explain why you get more points for doing trick kills, like shooting somebody in the balls. Which, you know, wouldn't necessarily be something that would have to be explained if you hadn't explained the rest of it. Like, it's all unnecessary. Okay, so void something maybe. Great shot indeed. Diorama and Medea. And then say Earth Boost. Diorama, Medea. Force Boost. Now let's give this a shot then. I'm tempted to call it, and we'll do this next time, but while I have the idea in my head of what I need to do, give this a shot now. If it doesn't work, then we need to improve and do more. I think it's weird that of the three of them, the one that's alive the longest is the one with the blandest design. Like, that's surprising for a Japanese game. Okay, so this started as Force, right? There you go, that's better damage. And then Cielo also has boost. He was the leader, yeah, sure, but design-wise, he was also the blandest one. If any one of them was gonna eat the other two, I expected it to be the crazy guy. Or maybe the woman, just to be subversive. There we go, a single turn and we're down to this. Alright, Cielo. Yeah, this one's Earth, wasn't it? I guess we'll never find out. I will say though, this is going much better than before. It was really a case of numbers. We weren't putting out damage numbers needed. And he's almost dead. Yeah. This is something I love about Shin Megami Tensei in general, but Digital Devil Saga does it arguably better than any other SMT because of the way the abilities work. And like, oh no, I've been having trouble with this fight and there's no way I could have actually won. Go back, get specific abilities, come back. Wipe the floor. Bada bing. I love that about SMT.
I think that's enough for now. Get out of my sight. How could I? Strength isn't the only way to be strong. Live life and remember your comrades. Gotta bear your own burden, your karma.
And there you go. Yeah. We might have actually overgrinded with that. But, like, the sheer difference, it was the numbers game. And it's not even a number about stats. It was the number between tier 1 and tier 2 spells. If anything, I've got to thank the dude for really drilling the point home that we were behind and we needed to be better. That should make things more reasonable going forward. Right, let's set everything back. Deer, and I want Iron Stomach and Rend Asunder. Keeping Deer arm is probably not a bad idea at this point. But yeah, hopefully that whole system that we just did, that whole thing, the leveling, the specific going after specific abilities, this will end with us being pretty capable for a while. Report on the salvage of Cyber Shaman number 19 and virus experiment. Upon the fulfillment of Tribe 96 Embryon, EGG firewalls and Samsara software protection were deactivated. Number 19 recovered a consciousness, however, this confirmed the auto-destruction of all Stage 1 data. Special Investigations Committee questioned the Technical Director and 27 employees about the matter and conducted an inspection of the entire division. They concluded that the incident was unavoidable and caused by the accidental execution of initialization code set by number 19. However, since 97% of the virus experiment data had been saved in a backup system, this incident should have little to no effect on the Nirvana project. In conclusion, it was decided that the Asura Project Stage 1 held little value to society at the time of the incident, so the technical division should be pardoned. Interesting. presumably they named us by name. They referenced us by name. Yeah, we went into it with I think during the first session, with like all the jokes and memes about how 2020 has been so bad, and then this game says that the sun turned black in 2020. Yeah. I think at that point the specific day is kind of meaningless. Hey Magic, how you doing, buddy? Oh, down at 30. Yeah. So you get a specific time between DDS1 and DDS2. But again, like, I feel like a specific date in this context doesn't really matter. Beyond the idea of it being neat that it's there, I don't think it's all that much of an issue. Yeah, it's neat. I'll definitely agree with that. Interesting. That reminds me of the egg that Sarah hatched from in DDS1. One day we're going to learn about this cat.
Sarah!
Sarah!
Serve. Serve! You're alive.
Yep.
I thought that you were gone.
That will need to wait.
Heat!
Back for another ass kicking.
You will obey me, Seraphita. Your duty as shaman is to soothe God and preserve humanity. Accept this duty, and your friends will not be harmed.
You say as if you have a chance of harming us. I just beat down the single combined might of your elite operatives, and he can't do fuck all.
Stop this instant!
Why'd you just stand there?
You wouldn't understand, Heat. Because Sarah gets a face tattoo on her own demon. Her own demon form. They fell.
The hub is operating on its own!
That can't be. The system isn't even connected.
Connection opened. It's transmitting from our side. Upload rate is 945.56 zettabytes per second! That dwarfs even the incident 5 years ago!
I could have beat heat though. Oh, this is interesting.
The Earth, it's disappearing. God's consuming data from the planet itself!
What a dick. I'm gonna go up there, I'm gonna punch God. It took you that long to take them all out, Angel?
Leave them.
Surf's in there!
Surf is dead. He died so that we could live.
I mean, yeah, say what you need to get them out of there, cool. But also, if you believe I'm dead, you're actually kind of an idiot.
Surf!
Also, Argilla's in charge while I'm gone.
How could this happen? The human race is doomed.
Huh.
You refuse to accept that emotions influence actions. The history of mankind ended long ago.
Look at Angel with that tiny baby gun.
How could he do that to our leader? We're comrades! Oh, what the hell? It wasn't supposed to be this way!
I feel like we're gonna fight Angel again. And I'm wondering if she's gonna be stronger or weaker than last time.
Do you know of a way to stop the data transmission? We only have until sunrise.
How do you know how long we have?
I'll tear it out of the ground myself if I have to.
That's not an option. God must be returned to normal. The only way to speak with God is the EGG.
So what do we do?
The power plant. Machines need energy, right?
Somebody was probably carrying them.
God.
Oh. I said Argilla should be in charge. There we go, Gale can just sit on the sidelines. Apparently. I mean, probably not, but apparently. But if you're going to make that out Chansum, then you also have to question where our data clothes came from. Because we're still wearing the same data clothes we were in the junkyard. Yeah, and presumably we had more Embryon clothes. But Sarah somehow, I don't know. Is this where we were? We can go shopping. Alright, let's go. Power plant. You know, probably. Probably our planet I die. Yeah, it does bring the question of what angel he's planning. What's her end goal? I get why Gale is in command now. I mean, it's basically the thing of, like, Gale was pretty much in charge anyway. In DDS1 and in this. He's the one who made all the decisions. Every now and then they'd look at me and be like, yeah. It's one of the problems you have of a silent protagonist in a game like this. Let's get dangerous. Yeah, the tribe's tactician, which only stretches so far. He should be making recommendations and plans that the leader decides upon. Like I say, the problem of silent protagonist in a game like this. Instead, we end up with the case of Gale acts more like the leader, while Surf just kind of stands around and occasionally gives meaningful looks. Yeah, I imagine. Oh, I thought when you said his role, I thought you meant Surf. Yeah, because, like, Surf... I know Surf isn't silent in Quantum Devil Saga. So, yeah, just... Right, as far as I'm aware, isn't, like, most of what Gale says and does relegated to surfing Quantum Devil Saga because of that? Yeah. No, Naked Chick is unconscious right now. But as you can see from the picture on the side, which Jansen said, spoiler, and considering how far we are into the game, and that's not happened yet, is a spoiler. But, like, she's gonna end up in our party sooner or later, she has to. But that picture is from the cover of the game. Cover of the game spoils that she's gonna get a demon form. Yes. I just want to find a save point. Oh boy, it's a Naga. There we go. There we go. How's everybody doing for mantras? That's all good. Cool. Alright, and I think that is a good place to call it. Yes, that's reasonable. It's like I say, the problem with having the silent protagonist, and silent protagonists can have personality, but Surf is handled like a standard Megaten protagonist. But because the game isn't very clearly isn't designed for that kind of thing, Surf is clearly supposed to have a particular personality, and you can't get... You can't really decide that personality. I got caught up with the grind in the chat. It happens. I'm still tired. I'm not convinced Heat and Surf are dead. Because they're usually not in stuff like this. Like, Heat maybe. There's like, oh, Heat might turn around and do the heel face turn as he's dying and apologise. Maybe. Or, you know, just be a dick to the end. But at the minute, I'm not convinced either of them are dead. It's just a question of how long we go before they actually bring them back to us. But anyway, it's time to call it. I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody who joined the chat. We had a bunch of people in chat today. Signer, Chansum, Magic, Teak, Emily popped in, Mugen, Lino, Video Games, Whitey Bite Me, Lim, yeah, I'm gonna go raid him. Like, his convenience ended here, so good time to raid him. I think that's a good. I think that's everybody. But if not, I apologise if I forgot you, but you were very much appreciated for contributing in chat. We'll be back tomorrow, 8 PM Greenwich Mean Time GMT, with either Nier or more of this. I'm undecided on whether I'm going to put Nier off until I've finished this. And as we continue the Mecha Saga through RPGs, if I want to alternate, I'll just do one at a time. We'll get to Nier. I'm not taking that off the list. But it's really a case like I need to decide whether or not I want the Mecha Saga to alternate or to focus on one game at a time. Plus, I do kind of want Saturday to be a day where I can do whatever I want. Which means if we're doing that, Neo would only be on Wednesdays. Which means one day a week it'd take ages. Signer, either one. The rest of my existence would probably be pretty short. And let's be fair, you put questionable. I feel like a lot of meat we've all eaten over the course of our lives has been questionable in some form. So go with the meat and potato pasties. But yeah, I think we'll probably be back with this tomorrow. And then probably on Thursday as well. Friday off, Saturday something. Questionable meat. Yeah, like, make the Mecha Saga one game a week, one game at a time. I think that'll work out better. The Mecha Saga continues tomorrow at 8 PM Greenwich Mean Time GMT. As we continue into the power plant and hopefully prevent the transmission of Earth's data into God. Which is a fucking weird sentence and doesn't make much sense with what we know already anyway. But yeah, with that, we're going to go raid Teak. However, let me give a few shout-outs to this guy and this guy. And this guy. We're back tomorrow at 8 PM Greenwich Mean Time GMT. But now we're going to go and raid Teak the Gamer, who is currently playing Final Fantasy IV DS. So if anybody wants to stick around and watch him, Teak's a cool dude. If not, I understand, it's fair enough. But in the meantime, thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day, and take care. And catch you next time, guys. Thanks for watching.